How you doing? Christian Baden.
Jamie
At 4 o'clock, let's go ahead and get the drainage committee meeting started. Let the record reflect that all members are here besides Mr. Patter. Item number 1, update on moderate drainage. Mr. Bro, do you have any updates?
No, I don't know anything. I haven't seen too much going on there.
All right, we'll save that for the regular meeting.
Shows up. Some information.
All right, item number 2, accept the resignation of Gerald Crochet from the Pierpont Bell River Consolidated Drainage District and appoint Tad Blanchard as his replacement. Ms. Torres, did you receive that?
Motion for motion for.
Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3, request approval to allocate $5,000 from Ward 1 drainage for upfall maintenance. Got any?
Oh, yeah, that's, something Brian put out, put on the agenda. That money is allocated to, continue to maintain, all the drainage projects that we put into play, not too long ago. So that's my plan B, to try to maintain a little bit the improvements that we've done.
Motion.
Yes.
Is this outfall maintenance a specific location or?
It's within the,
Just trying to figure out how to name it.
it's within the projects, the scope of the whole project, where we basically we're just, cutting the grass like they did on
Plotville?
Field of Dreams. Yeah, Plotville Dreams,
Plotville
yeah.
outfall drainage.
Same thing they did at Field of Dreams.
Right.
I like that,
It does look good. They did clean it.
yeah.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
Before we get the personnel committee meeting started, let the record reflect all members are present. Item 1, discuss the current status of the custodian positions.
Yes, I would recommend, going into executive session to discuss.
Motion to go into
Motion
executive
by
session.
Mr. Ponville,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed.
I'm not in the committee.
Next meeting.
Well, wait.
Motion to enter back in regular session. Moved by Mr. Fonville, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Nays? Back in regular session.
Gentlemen, I need a motion to request through the Human Resource Department an updated release to work for one of our custodians, which will be concurrent with the job description being provided to the physician, and then that being released back to us. So that's all that in the form of a motion, so that the Secretary Treasurer can move forward.
Motion to that effect.
Motion by Mr. Fonville,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. Item 2, discuss the grants coordinator position along with the contract with South Central Planning Development Commission for grants administrative services.
All right, gentlemen, we had an interview for a potential candidate for the grants coordinator position, and some of you did meet with her this afternoon and had the opportunity to ask her some questions and whatnot. So there's been a lot of discussion about us having somebody in-house versus continuing to outsource it with South Central Planning in total, and we're going back and forth with that. So here we are, we have an opportunity at this point to have an in-house person and possibly have an extension to the contract with South Central Planning for a short period of time to see how this would work. Nothing against the services provided by South Central Planning. We just feel we can get more for that dollar, having somebody in-house working, doing this every single day, day in, day out. That's why this line item is here.
All right, so we,
But to that effect, I know I'm not on the personnel committee, but it'll be part of my recommendation to see exactly all the grants that South Central Planning has been facilitating for the personnel committee to get together and divvy up some of the grants if that's a route we want to go for pursuing a in-house grants coordinator. And also get with South Central Planning and discuss the fees associated with the remaining grants that they will have to oversee until further notice.
Pat, is it correct to state that you all bill us on billable hours, actual hours work? Is that correct?
Pat Gordon with South Central Planning. Yeah, I was kind of hoping Kevin would have been here, but he got tied up with something else. But Kevin had informed me that we could just go ahead and extend what we're doing right now with billable rates. Now, if you want to do another contract, we could certainly do another contract, you know, with a lump sum to finish off the projects that we have. But I think it's the most important thing is to understand which grants projects are going to be turned over to the new grant coordinator and which ones are going to be retained with South Central Planning. Because like Cassie is working on a lot of these transportation sidewalk projects, and you may want to let her continue with that since you've already started. I don't know. But we can do anything the police jury would like for us to do. You know, we can enter into another contract. We can work off of billable rates, which Ms. Kim already has a copy of, and y'all could use us on an as-need basis. We'd be glad to meet with the new grant coordinator and have some type of transition with her, turning over whatever documents we feel she needs to perform her duties to move forward. So, I mean, we're open.
That's what we need. I know, I guess, you know.
And, you know, if, you know, 2 years from now, y'all need us again to do the same thing, we're gonna do it. We'd be glad to. All right?
yeah,
Perfect. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Like,
yeah, that's, so we want to hear.
And,
And I'm not on the
So,
committee. so I can't do
and
nothing.
Mr. Chair, at the end of the day, we still need to have that discussion as pertains to salaries and payments, right? So, hopefully by the next week, we will come up with something and be ready to go.
Let's give them something already. You have something out, Kim?
No, I don't have anything ready.
So.
Yes.
No action.
No, action.
No action.
Let's put this back on the
Yeah.
next
Next
Yeah,
agenda.
we'll have
It
that
should be
on
ready.
next agenda.
Next
should be
agenda
ready.
with the proposal.
With a proposal.
Y'all want a personnel committee meet next week or something to go over the list? or-
No, we don't have to.
I don't think.
I'm not on the
We
committee.
could, but we don't have to. I don't see why we need to.
Once we get a proposal, it won't take. long.
So, are you gonna, Kim, are you gonna schedule a meeting with,
I'll pull.
Kevin, them, or whatever with?
I'll pull the list and I'll, get with Melissa and we'll look at the list and Ms. Tawanya. And, we may confer with Mr. Leroy on some of them because he works, I know he's working with a lot of them. But, we'll make a recommendation. We'll present it to y'all as a recommendation and then y'all want to change it or not. And of course, if I have, we'll confer with South Central Planning as well, but, we'll try to come up with a basis and that basis of removal or creation of that list is gonna tie into the proposal for the salary as well.
Just wanna make sure we got the horse pulling the cart,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
So we'll be back on the agenda for next.
The
week.
next agenda.
All right, no action. Item 3, request approval of remaining 9 weeks of FMLA leave for equipment operator 2.
Yes, I just received this paperwork for an individual, so, he is already off, it's effective on this past Friday.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Palmville,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed.
I have a deviate, Mike. I have I made an inquiry, we spoke about this last week, about a master equipment operator that was out on workers' comp as to the status of that case. And workers' comp actually told us today that they closed out that case in December. So I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and terminate that employee effective tomorrow. 'Cause he has not been
Motion
out.
deviate.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard,
Second.
second by Mr. Palmville, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Okay, so my request is to terminate a master equipment operator that has been out for a few years now on workers' comp, and workers' comp officially closed that case. And prior to them closing the case, they had advised us to not terminate the employee, to wait till the case was closed. So it is now closed.
Motion, Mr. Diaz.
Motion by Mr. Nakane,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard. Public comment? Any public comment going once, twice, 3 times? Let the record reflect no public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Palmville,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays, meeting adjourned.
We'll go ahead and get started with the Road and Bridge Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. 2 items on the agenda. First, update on 2025 road overlay program. Mr. Sawa.
Good evening. Just so you're all aware, we did, basically put the contractor on hold when all of that weather came through last week. And then he would be remobilizing probably towards the end of this week. We're looking at Friday or early next week, Monday. And he's gonna be doing, some of the drainage improvements that we need done prior to road work coming in. We've got some culverts that need to be changed on front streets. We've got a catch basin that's gotta be put in, near Jacob Street. So he's gonna be working on those next week, and then the following week, they'll be remobilizing the paving equipment back in. Right now, we had a meeting with him last week just to kind of go over where we are schedule-wise, budget-wise. We are tracking on budget. We're about 2/3 of the way through. We are on track to finish right now. We don't have another week like we had last week. We're on track to finish by the end of June with everything on the road list.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Sawa.
Mr. Chair, before we close out, I had a call today from the Postal Service. Whenever they go out and add the material to the side of the road, shoulder of the road,
sir.
the dirt, and at the mailboxes, they are requesting gravel because they're getting so.
Yeah, we had, just so you were aware, and I know some of you are, because I know you've gotten some calls. Initially, when we were doing the road dressing on the edge,
we were bringing in, if grass was up, if a person had their yard in grass, we were bringing in fill material there. If we had aggregate, we were putting aggregate. What we decided to do, because the rain has just not allowed the shoulder material to pack and get it in the way we want, is we've kind of actually halted all shoulder and fill material until we're finished with the paving. And the plan is that way we can get back and address those little spots and areas, because we have some areas where some ruts and all were created. We've been tracking them. We've got to come back, dress them up. And that way they can kind of give a little bit more attention to it. They can bring a roller in and pack it. It's not just being placed on the side following the paving.
Well, they're referring to where the mailboxes are.
Right, right.
They have to come off the
Yeah.
road.
And they have to come
With
off
the
the road and
vehicle?
it's creating a rut. Yes, sir.
It's-
I'm
it's
aware.
Dirt instead of gravel.
Yes, sir.
So they're requesting gravel there.
And so we're gonna be addressing those and,
While we had on Cajun Street, corner, right there, where they put that blocks at,
Mhm.
did we do some with that material there? Or we
Yeah,
did?
uh,
Or
that,
we
that,
did
now that,
anything?
that individual that put those blocks, that's an individual homeowner that went out and did that, but we're gonna come back and address that area.
This year?
Hmm?
So,
Yes. Yeah, like I said, there was nothing, I got quite a few calls, this past week with these rains. But as I told some of the people, sometimes it's better to do nothing until this rain gets out of here, because anything we went touch and do while those yards were saturated, it was just getting worse. So we're trying to let some of that dry, but I'm aware of the area of Cajun Street as well as some of the areas where we have ruts in front of mailboxes. We have a list and they are coming back to address those.
How soon before they come back? Because the mail lady's having to get out of her vehicle, place the mail.
Okay, if you know some specific addresses that she's having to get out of the vehicle, I'll try to get those, I can try to get those addressed this week. I don't,
In Texaco.
all right. I'll see if we can get those specific ones. If she's having to get out of the vehicle,
Having to get out of the vehicle.
yeah, we can try to do something a little quicker.
So we're looking for gravel or
your
reclaim?
material on the shoulder,
Where
what?
the mailbox is, where the,
Yeah, what I'm asking, you want the gravel or reclaim?
You know, my
Well, you know,
windows,
man,
just so-
something that's gonna pack hard,
What's-
right?
what's
a
under, what's
610
under,
would probably.
no, what's under contract is 610.
610. would-
Okay.
So that's what would be put in those places. 610 is currently on the, contract.
Well, yeah, really, when you go to the mill, I need anybody to mill, about all over the streets, you know?
They flying.
But if she's having that kind of issue, I hadn't, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
you
aware of
say
some,
that.
I hadn't heard that she was having to get out of the vehicle. But, so we'll try to address those a little sooner.
Yeah, let's don't wait too much longer, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Last week kind of threw us for a loop. It was so much rain, everything was saturated, anything we
Within
tried
the
to
next
do.
week, Joe,
Huh?
within the next week?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, they're coming back in, they're scheduled to mobilize Friday. We're kind of watching how things kind of dry up. So if they're back in doing the drainage work, they can break a crew off to go address some small, things like those. That shouldn't be an issue.
And just be aware of that for other areas in the parish if they have.
Just,
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Like I said, we've
We need to
been,
put sand there instead of
yeah,
the 610.
they should have,
They don't have to come
as
twice.
they move, they should have figured out how they're moving out.
well, they were trying to do that with the fill material and it just didn't, it looked pretty, I'll be honest, it looked pretty for a week and it just didn't work out. We need to get the aggregate, as he said, in there and we're gonna do that.
I think that's an easy fix.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
But need to be fixed.
Update on the dips on Lee Drive. Everybody got an email from Mr. Blankenship. The quote he got from Epic. So Jamie, I did look at it today. I made some phone calls. I think it's very doable, cheap, right? So I think it's doable and trying to find a way to help you. So, I know there's some stipulations with the 36,000, right? So I didn't want it to go under road and bridge, because if it does, then we have to go out for three quotes because it's over $30,000. So, I'm gonna work with talk to the road contractor today. Based off of his quote, I wanted to see if we were gonna be held at the unit prices, right? So, we just spoke very briefly, so him and I are gonna get back together. If he can hold us at those units prices, then we can tie it on to his existing, our existing road contract. If he doesn't, it's small, then we gotta go back through the process of getting 3 quotes. While we got a good road contract out here, we would like to
Yeah,
keep
see,
it, but we still gotta follow things in order, so,
You might be going to 30,000.
get, huh?
You might be going to need 30,000.
Well, I can't put a price on this job.
Yeah, I know.
Even though we know he's doing a good job, I still can't do it. So by the next meeting, hopefully we'll have a solution on how to put that in place.
I'm good. Thank you.
You know, so that's just my update on that. All right, so we can put it back on the next agenda. Kim, please.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion by Myron,
Second.
second by James, all in favor? All opposed, meeting adjourned.
All right. We'll call the finance committee meeting order. Reflect all members are present. First item, the request approval to pay list of bills submitted through May 8, 2026.
So,
Moved by Mr. Alcoin,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Request approval of selection of official journal for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, 1 year.
Yes, I only received one price, and that was from the Bayou Pioneer, and it is at the same rates as of 2025. So I do recommend approval.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Second. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Update on lodging tax.
I'm not sure who put this on, but I did reach out to, I think it was St. Martin Parish. I'm not getting anybody to call me back to ask, to inquire. They'll ask me to reach out to see how they handle theirs. I can't get them to call me back. Keep trying.
You trust St. James?
St. James. I think I called it. No, I'm talking about St. Martin for the recreation. The lodging tax might have been the one, that might have been the one I called, or I called Ascension. But I'm gonna try St. James too. I know Ascension hasn't called me back.
All right, maybe one more that I'll come sit with you.
Put it back on the next agenda also.
Yeah, I'm not calling parish presidents. I'm calling,
No.
part of the,
No, but I can call him.
when I call, they, just like the person who answers the phone has no idea what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about a lodging tax, they're like, we really don't even know who to send you to. But then they say, well, we're gonna send you to this person, and that person never calls me back.
All right, I'm gonna help you with that. All right, no action on that one. Request approval to accept the low bidder or move to the next step for the surplus equipment as advertised.
Yes, I did. This was for the office, equipment that I advertised. I did not receive any quotes with the amounts listed. So that means I move to the next step, which means I re-advertise with no amounts. And if nobody responds, then I can discard. So I just need authorization to re-advertise.
That's a move.
Second. Moved by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Request approval and authorize the president to sign the annual maintenance contract for chiller maintenance with Chiller Co. for $11,000 for the Assumption Parish Community Center. The same as last
Brian
year.
gave me a whole bunch of files. Just bear with me. Let me find out. Chilco. Brian's at a training this week. Yeah, this is a contract with Chilco for 4 quarterly inspections on 2 air-cooled chillers and 10 chilled water air handlers at the Assumption Parish Community Center for a period of 1 year. And the inspection schedule is to be determined, and the price is $2,775 quarterly or $11,100 annually.
What it was last year, do you recall?
It's a different company. I don't have that. He didn't give me that figure.
I recollect it's pretty close.
I don't think it's very far off.
No.
Or
Gotta have
with a
it.
different company.
That I can't answer. I can't answer. I don't know why.
What the start date on that contract would be?
From my contracts photo, this expired 3/31, and they're saying this would be in effect from 5/1/2026 to 4/30/2027. Of May 1st.
so we ain't got nothing.
Right now, we have not.
You break. We ain't got nothing.
Brian received this three twenty.
Repair bill, they're gonna charge us regardless to fix it.
Yeah, this is just a maintenance.
It's a maintenance contract.
It's in the
Oh,
To
repair.
look at it.
all right.
Inspection or maintenance?
Maintenance.
It's a maintenance contract, but they do quarterly inspections to preventive maintenance, like preventive maintenance.
Yeah, I mean,
You gotta have that.
you gotta have
You
it.
gotta have it.
Who used to do it?
But I
All
just can't, I just can't answer why he switched
That's
companies.
a closed
No.
water system, so it needs continual inspection to test the water system and, make sure there's no leaks and stuff like that.
No, Brian put it together, I'm sure we good to go.
Yeah.
I entertain a motion approved. So moved by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Alcorn, all in favor?
Just with the note that the amount is for 11,100. I know on the agenda it says 11,000 even, but Kim mentioned 11,100.
Oh, yeah, the contract says 11/1.
And the contract starting May.
May
May
1st.
first, back, it's being back here.
So make sure they pull us an inspection next week or this week. Get our May's worth. Hopefully.
He's got,
I mean, as soon
he's
as
got so
possible.
many on here, so
I
they
got
don't,
it.
yeah.
That's perfect. All right. All in favor?
Uh,
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, request approval and authorize the president to sign the annual maintenance contracts with Bulldozer Electric for emergency sewer plant generators that could exceed a total amount of 12,000 per contract. That's 12,000 for,
Yeah, that one, he didn't give me a contract in hand for that one, so I don't think he has one in hand yet, but they're working on it, I guess. I have no contract in hand for that
How
one.
many generators are we have here?
Well, you got all the sewer plants to the generator.
It also says emergency generators. I'm assuming that's all my shelter generators and 911. That's what I was,
Mhm.
that's,
Yeah.
and then.
That's including Paul.
Correct, that's what I'm assuming it says emergency, that's mine, emergency.
Okay.
So that's, I'm glad you said it was a problem, because we need
I
ours
just
suspended
don't-
also.
I think he's waiting on Boudreaux Electricals to get that.
We had that Oracle always did that, that's why it's kind of curious
He
to me.
changed that one too, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Oracle did that for many years.
Just want to make sure you include. it.
Yes, sir.
motion by Mr. Diaz. Second by Mr. Alcorn, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Any other business? Motion adjourned. Motion adjourned by Mr. Blanchard.
Second.
Second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
All right, call the federal program committee meeting. The order, all members are present. One item on the agenda, request approval for special program director to attend Department of Housing and Urban Development Office of Inspection General, June 9th to the 11th, 2026 in Baton Rouge, at an estimated cost of $370.
Yes, Ms. Tawanya had to be called away for a family emergency, so she asked me to address this. This is a training that we were sent, that we had to have at least one representative attend on behalf of the parish. It was mandatory, so, Ms. Tawanya is going to be attending that on, behalf of the entire parish.
So
Moved by Mr. Alcorn,
moved.
second by Mr. Broke. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion to adjourn
More so.
by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by
Jeff.
Jeff. Meeting adjourned. Give the meeting.
Everybody need to take a break before we go on that engineering?
What you got?
No, I'm just want to make sure. We got-
We got some
We
time.
doing good on time.
We're gonna take a break regardless.
All right, we'll get the engineering grants committee meeting started. Let the record reflect all members are present. Update from GIS engineering.
Good afternoon, Jerry, Wayne Day on GIS Engineering, regarding Joe Lamar Street drainage. I did give everybody a packet, but just, I'll rattle it off. The environmental, revisions have been completed, in the HMI, which is part of what we submit on the permits, is being finalized this week, and we're gonna resubmit it to the applicable agencies next week, with the revised drawings with the landowner issues.
So, on Jordan, do we have any issue with any landowners, or we resolve all those?
No, we resolved them. So it's just, we've modified the drawings, and you have, the HMIA would, it's basically a hydraulic study to make sure we're not affecting anything downstream with those revisions. So, we may have got, completed today. I spoke with him this morning, so within the next day or so, that's gonna be complete. So it may even go out at the end of the week. Belrose Lane, we're still waiting on the parish's direction on that project.
Just to let you know, we did have some movement on that one. I contacted Mrs. Sawa. The hurdle that we had to clear with internal auditing is fine now and we have some direction now.
Sure. So whenever
We,
y'all,
we should be, I don't know the timeline, but I don't expect us to be too long before we're ready to go out for bid.
not a problem, just let us know when we'll, before like we did last time. The Bayou St. Vincent, we submitted 30% design, the major items to progress, 60% plans and the details on the crossings. I actually got an email right before I got here. OCD, submitted their review on there, very minimal. We're gonna address them, however, they requested that the H&H be finalized before we submit the 60% plan. So as soon as we get that, then we'll proceed with that.
And that was received today.
Yeah, like
Arcadis sent the,
3 o'clock maybe this afternoon.
no, prior to that, this morning, Arcadis did send.
Oh, yes, Arcadis finally submitted, yes, finally sent, but I don't think they sent everything.
Right, no, it's gonna take some time. So the 30% plans have already been
Submitted.
submitted to OCD.
Correct.
We're just waiting for this hydraulic study from Arcadis to be received, reviewed, and then implemented into the 30%.
Yeah, but I also got the comments back on the 30%.
Yes.
And then, Constant Canal, we submitted the 90%, last month. The application's been submitted. Anticipated timeline is 6 months. However, it's contingent upon the federal and state agencies. We push where we can, with the resources we have, but we're ultimately at the discretion of them.
Put Marty on them.
We'll see what I can do. And we're working on, ELOS regarding the land services and the legal ruling, if this applicable code is acceptable.
All right,
Any questions?
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Update from the Planners Design Group.
Good afternoon, James Vigary, DDG. We're proceeding. We made some progress with the survey. We've had the bores completed for the geotech work. And we have a meeting scheduled with DOTD for Friday at 10 a.m. as long as everyone can make it.
Right, I did hear back from the representative whenever we were meeting, earlier, and she reached out to Secretary Leday to try to make sure that they can coordinate both being there at the same time. So hopefully I can follow up tomorrow. She suggested that we meet in her office in Plaquemine on Friday. We'll iron that out tomorrow to make sure what location and what time, but our plan is still to meet Friday morning. We're just not sure who's gonna all be in attendance.
Sorry, but Friday won't work for everyone now, but we're still gonna roll with it. Well, we get to, I got this one at 4:22. You got that email?
No, I didn't.
Who won't be?
Meeting availability of some past sponsor. Sorry, but Friday won't work for everyone now. I will reach out and later in the week to reschedule.
Is that from DOTD?
From Peggy.
Right, okay, so,
Friday's not gonna happen. She's gonna reach out toward the end of the week and reschedule, hopefully next week. Glenn's ready to move, Glenn's ready to meet.
Yep.
You follow me, just, it's gonna be with Chastity and a calm in session. You're going to be in the morning till they probably to get them aboard. Because they finish session June 1st. But we don't wanna wait. I mean, Glenn's ready to move and give us a recommendation. And so we need to do that. Yeah, so Friday that happens.
Friday's not happening, so we'll work on rescheduling for next week.
Hopefully so.
Okay.
Kim, anything back on the appraisal?
Well, just hold up. They're working on something. You may not have to go that route. Just hold up.
I mean, it's hard.
No, but they're working on something with DOTD. So
Well, I mean,
Understand that, but we still gotta go that route. That's where the pumps got to be set,
the,
discharge.
we looked at that, property. There's also a question about whether that they're gonna sell that whole property? Or Can we not just buy something to the front section?
If we won't sell just the front.
And Jared, the landowner next door want to buy the back part? And how much you want for it?
Troy owns that now.
For a land? He don't buy it?
I would think that's gonna be a slow process, because even before we could buy it, it has to be, he's gotta divide it.
It's divided already.
But
It's
he has
one
a,
track.
didn't we talk about that later on, where they had the parcel where the track, when you pull up that track, it includes his house?
No, you're looking at the wrong track.
No, I can show you after the meeting what they're talking about. I understand what's going on with this.
I see what you're talking about because it's showing the bayou as well. The
Yes.
house along the
Uh-huh,
bayou.
yeah. it
Yeah,
shows
that part of the property has never been, they divided other sections of the property, but the original section of property, those two sections survived. So
Yeah.
they haven't been divided
So they
off.
have, I think that section has to be, but we don't want to sound.
Cause the house was sold. All right, I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, no word on that, actually, yeah.
Any other questions?
That's it.
All right,
Thank you, James.
thank you, sir. Update from Infinity on Parish-wide sewer plant project.
Oh, you know how to get him on?
He should come on
Oh,
automatic.
you can-
Brian, are you there?
No, you're not with him.
Oh,
No, it's the other guy.
So then I got Ron.
If you don't touch anything, he comes on automatically.
Hearing no one, we'll go on for now. He might join later. Update from Special Programs Director.
She has nothing.
Update from South Central Planning.
Any updates, Pat?
He did provide y'all a list. Y'all were asking about a list earlier, so there you go.
Well, this isn't the official, report.
Yes.
We're gonna do the report on the 27th, which we only have to do once a month. So we don't want it to change every 2 weeks. But Ms. Kim, if you don't mind, what was the action previously, that you're gonna meet with Kevin on the program? And we're gonna come up with a proposal?
No,
I can't hear
not
in
not
that.
South Central Planning. We internally will come
Internally,
up with a
okay.
proposal to the jury, because they didn't take any action at this point.
Okay.
So we're gonna look at the list that South Central Planning has now, and if we have, we may confer with you all about those items. Hey, what do you think about this one? The status of this
Right.
one, should we take it back? That kind of thing.
Okay, so we'll wait for you.
Wait for me,
And,
yes.
our contract does end at the end of this month.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
But you did say that y'all in a position to extend or.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
So, okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, so Pat, there was a item on there, request approval to remove Platteville drainage and Bertrandville Canal projects from project list. Is that something
That's on
that?
the agenda tonight. It's been complete, but he wanted it officially removed by the board.
Okay, is there a motion?
No, it's on the agenda. Oh, yeah. Yeah, gotcha.
Motion by
Make that
Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Pondville. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, those projects will be removed.
Yeah.
Next item, update on Ag Center roof project.
Okay,
We got it. It was right there.
okay, go ahead, Joseph. I'm next. I'm the
I've
next
got
one.
got a couple of things, so we'll take the concession stand roof, section first. We did get occupancy from the fire marshal, however, at this time it's temporary. He did completely approve the kitchen area and the hood system and all. The temporary occupancy is only out because the bathrooms at the remaining restrooms at that time were currently out of order. But those sections were not in that contract, so we're working with Mr. Blankenship on what we gotta do. We gotta put a couple of new sinks in and change some emergency lights, but we're working with them to get the bathrooms back in shape, and that will lift the temporary occupancy, and then we'll have full occupancy of the building again.
Oh, he's doing that in-house or he's contracting it out?
As when I met with him, it was gonna be done in-house, as I understood it. And so we're coordinating with him to get the type of sink that he needs.
It's like no countertops, just get a Walmart sink.
Yeah, it's very minor items. you know, so we're gonna get him the specs that he needs to price out the sinks or whatever. It's very minor stuff, so we're gonna try and get that buttoned up. I did receive a quote, actually I'd gone out to get 3 quotes to, re- install the insulation over the drop ceiling that was put in. That was an item that was part of the previous contractor spec that he did not do. We did get a quote, from Complete Gutter Services in the amount of $2,500. I bet that is a reasonable cost, and we're just gonna deduct that, from the line item, that we have for that current contract because we're not releasing his money at this time. And he has not responded. In fact, when I contacted him about the installation, he sent back a price. But we're gonna address him and handle that. Right now, we just, like I said, we're trying to get complete occupancy of the building, and then we're gonna total up our cost. We're gonna, draft an official letter to him, placing him on notice again, of, the following things. There's some other punch list items that he went and addressed. I'll give you an example. He went and, he riveted, we asked him to re-secure the vinyl siding where it was sagging, and they went and put pop rivets. That's not acceptable. So we're gonna handle those in time, but right now, I am asking that you, would approve, the cost of $2,500 to Affordable Gutter, Complete Gutter Services of Napoleonville.
It's a move.
Second. All right, have a motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Nakam to approve, $2,500 for complete gutter service to
Insulate.
insulate. And that will be deducted from the withholding of the current contract.
Current contract, yes, sir.
Would you insulate again?
The ceiling.
The ceiling.
And then I'll move on to the large arena roof.
All in favor?
Sorry.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Apologies. We met with Mr. Blankenship and Mr. Diaz with a preliminary set of plans for the large arena roof. We're gonna be making some adjustments there with the gutter systems and drainage to help kind of bring that cost down. I expect to have those plans completed and in his hands, ready for advertisement at your next available meeting. One of the things that, and I'm not asking for it because it's not on the agenda this evening, but it's up to you. One of the things that we discussed is whether or not, since this is coming out of your Ag Center Fund plus some FEMA funds, that you may want to consider making it tax exempt. So that would require a motion by the jury to do so. So that might be something when we come and put it on the next agenda, we'll add that as an item if you want to consider it.
No action on that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any update on the health unit repairs?
I do have a contract in hand from Brian. It's a contract with, GFP Architects in the amount of $9,827. The only thing about this contract is the same issue we have with the contract with Sage that we're gonna talk about shortly, is this contract does not include construction admin. So it's not a lump sum. So he's requesting, he did reach out to them to see if they could provide an amended contract to include construction admin, and he did not receive a response. So at this time, he's suggesting approving this contract, and then we may have an additional amendment for construction and admin to follow. Or we table it complete.
You gotta have it done now? We've been waiting this long.
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, just asking.
Wait.
Just
No,
so
we ain't
wait.
gonna approve and then gonna amend, and we ain't gonna know what we're gonna amend.
We need
Okay.
to know what would be getting charged.
Yeah, hold on, just table it to the.
Table.
Next item, update on courthouse renovation project.
Okay. Couple of things needed on this. First of all, we need approval. And this is, we've had discussion about this and whatnot, but it never came to the jury for approval of the change order. We need approval of the change order for the additional piping installed, calculated in accordance with unit pricing for $24,334.13. So we need to approve that change order. In addition, we need an additional $2,573.98 that was unfunded from change order number 1. And Grace Abear is now providing a bill to us for construction admin for $19,963.75 because as the contract we just talked about, their contract did not include construction admin. So it wasn't a lump sum. So now they're billing it separate. So in total, we need to approve $46,871.86.
Where's the from?
1%. And we did meet
How's the
with.
smell? It still got a smell on it?
Yes.
Haven't-
Yes,
And it still got a smell?
not as often.
Not
but
as bad.
We smelled it yesterday.
That's over $100,000 that we've been spending this project.
Did they ever do the smoke test? You know?
They said they did. They said they can't find the problem. It's not as bad, it's not as often, but we smelled it yesterday for a short period of time. Kim, what was the original, one part of it, the gap, another part was 100,000 already allocated, he's made over $200,000 in expenditures?
The gap was $100,000, 1% funding was $100,000, that's $200,000. Yep. We had to pay for the restrooms, which was $6,032. And then the assessment was $9,350. And then some sewer work was $14,891. And then Keith Watts Plumbing, I think, was that the emergency one? That was $17,641. That left a remaining $152,084. Sage's contract was $133,278. Change order number 1 was $21,379. This pending change order number 2, $24,334.13. So that leaves remaining balance yet to be paid of $178,992.14. Not to mention the $19,963.75 from Grace Abear that we just got for construction admin.
We didn't catch that part of the contract.
That's why we ain't approved the other ones.
Exactly.
Ain't no way.
And we talked with Brian and let him know that's got to be looked at and included in the contract from the get-go, not after the fact.
So,
Yes.
so you requested maybe, now, it's Grace
Not even
requesting
right
that now?
They just invoiced us for $19,963.
What kind of backup documentation do they have with that?
We requested that backup documentation.
Yeah, I'd say
Haven't
we hold
received it
off on
yet.
that part
Hold on
until we
until we
hear
get
back
it.
from
Haven't
that,
received that
because I'd like Brian to give us his opinion on this. I don't know how much involvement Grace Abears really had on this compared to Brian's involvement as being the
Right.
the
This is
administrator.
what this is the invoice, which doesn't really give you much information.
With the
It
Brian
tells you
gets
the
here, man.
principal, the
Yeah,
admin, and the mechanic.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have.
But we
some-
requested detail on that.
Next, that we table that.
Well, it's an update, so we're gonna.
But this is all from Brian. So I don't know how much more Brian's gonna tell you about,
Well, we'll hear from him.
Well,
but we need to approve the change order.
So we also approve the change order and scratch.
Change order, that's number 2.
yeah,
Change
we-
order number 2 for $24,334.13.
And the additional from change
And
order
the additional
one.
from change order number 1 was $2,573.98.
Motion.
What change order 2 is for?
That's the additional piping installed. That's what this is. I got pictures of y'all.
Like a termite.
It's everything Brian's already talked to y'all about, but he never brought up an official change order for approval, just conversation.
We need to get out of that bill. Done, I'm ready to go, yeah.
I got
You gotta
pictures.
go ahead on and approve it,
All right, so I'll seek a motion for the total of those two at $26,898.11.
Come on.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Mathern.
And that is a 1% extension.
All in favor?
Uh,
Opposed? Motion carried. For the record, we'll table the construction admin charges from the architect
Need more detail.
till we get more detail through Brian.
Can we, with that, get authorization to sign, president to sign the change order as well? We just approved the funding, but authorization to sign.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Pondell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Number 9's a duplicate.
Nine is a duplicate. We move on to 10, request approval for change order 2 for the Grant Park Restroom and Pavilion Building Project, and authorize the President, Secretary, Treasurer to sign all necessary documentation.
Yeah, Chairman, I placed this on the agenda, or requested this. We actually had a water meter proposed in the project originally. However, they did locate one that was actually assigned to that lot. So you recall that lot was donated by, Westfield Factories, and the original meter was actually still placed on their property. So we're gonna have to relocate the meter, and we also have to install a backflow prevention device. So we got credit for the meter that's on the plans, and we got a price from the waterworks to relocate the existing meter, as well as the price of the required backflow preventer. The net being an increase of $2,016.49.
Do we have a backflow preventer in the original contract?
No. We didn't put a backflow prevention on that device because it was not there's no kitchen. However, they're saying because it has the potential of having a concession stand, the health department is now requiring a backflow prevention device be placed on that building.
That's the waterworks?
Yeah, it goes through the waterworks, but the backflow prevention device is a requirement of the health department.
They can't donate it then?
We asked.
$216?
$2,016.
$2,016.
Yeah, I heard the 2,000.
And I did call several places to vet his prices. They are in line, and we called the waterworks directly and got their credits and prices. So he does reflect exactly what they're charging.
Motion approved. Motion approved by Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Bro, all in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carried. And that motion includes the change order and authorization. All right, next item is ratify approval of support letters for Upper Barrett Area Risk Reduction Project.
No, but then,
I think this might have been a leftover from
we did it.
That's the one we wrote up.
We did that already. Yeah, you can eliminate that from mine.
no action for item 11. That item's already been addressed by the jury. Request approval and authorize the president to sign an intergovernmental cooperative endeavor agreement by and between the Assumption Parish Police Jury and Assumption Parish Sheriff's Office pursuant to the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program.
Yes, you want me to go through that? I had drafted this up, at the request of the, parish manager and sheriff. There was some minor cleanup done in preparation for the use of the old Barbera property. So the parish manager's office assisted in that cleanup through the hazard mitigation program. So we just needed a cooperative endeavor agreement in order to ensure that everything was done correctly.
Motion on that.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, request approval of letter of no objection for project permit for Unity Fiber for the installation, operation, or repair and install underground cable along the Cherry Street right of way for network expansion. Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Do you know if there's any boring going on for that under the road, or is it all just on the side? It's on the right of way.
Is
It's on the side.
railroad or railroad?
Along the Cherry Street, right of the street.
How about the right of, well, how about the railroad? Cut the grass.
Entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? All right, everybody, we call the, May 13, 2026 meeting to order. Record reflect, all members are present. Start with a prayer. God who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Second pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We accept any corrections or approval of minutes of the April 22nd, 2026 regular meeting. Move by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Public comments period, for any item on the agenda. Any public comment? First call, second call, last call. Record reflect, no public comment. Drainage Committee report, Mr. Fonville.
Yes, sir. The Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon at 4 o'clock. All members was present besides Mr. Patteroo. Item one, Joseph, could you give us an update on moderate, please?
Well, we held a pre-construction conference with the contractor on site. He is working out his scheduling right now. He began his submittals. We actually have most of his submittals in. We just received the ones on the main engines. Once we have those approved, we'll be getting those back out to him and he can get us the lead time on the order. We also talked about the Davis Bacon. We put him in contact with GIS. So they have a representative that's been in contact with him as far as, payrolls and keeping that rolling. We're looking at an actual machinery hitting the ground on June 1st to start excavating the canal and setting up temporary dams so that we can get the pumps removed. And also we talked about temporary pumping and stuff. Actual physical works scheduled to start June 1st, but the contractor has made a start.
And he's starting where on this end?
Yes, he's gonna be he's starting, well, he's gonna be starting with the bar screen first, because we have to put in a temporary dam there to remove the bar screen and set up a temporary pump service.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that replaced first, and then he's gonna actually move that temporary dam to just behind the existing pumps and relocate his temporary pumping. So at that point, we hope the engines are in so we can start removing those pumps and installing the engines and gear drives. We're trying to time it so that we, in the events of like last week with the heavy rains, we still have pumping capacity and keep the water flowing.
How far up they'll go, Did you say?
This project's gonna go, they're gonna be excavating,
Okay.
yeah, they're gonna be excavating the area just past, let me see,
Computer land?
from into Georgette, that back area to the pump station itself. And then, of course, we're cleaning out on the opposite side of the levee from the pump station to the bayou.
To the bayou?
Yeah.
What bayou?
Bayou Food.
How far north they going? Like the 10-10?
So, no, no, they're not going all the way to 1010 with under this particular scope. No, sorry. This scope was isolated to the pump station area and the outfall from that pump station to Bayou Lafourche, which is clogged.
One of the back too.
Correct.
A lot of it's going, because we're, trying to get the state to dig ditches on the lake again. That hadn't been done since the 70s when Supreme stopped running. They needed the water to get it, and that's why they kept it all clean, but it's been,
But this project is
I'm
isolated
gonna try to
to,
clean all those going that way too.
right, this project is isolated from the pump station moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 2, we had an update on, we accepted the resignation of Mr. Crochet and his replacement with Mr. Blanchard. And we also approved the allocation of $5,000 for water and drainage for outfall maintenance. I present this all in form of a motion.
Formal motion by the chair, is there a second? Second by Mr. Alphonse, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next item, personnel meeting. Chairman, Mr. Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 4:04. All members were present. We discussed the custodian position. We requested her to get with the HR department to get a document
A revised
revised
job description. Revised release with. the
Released
job
with the
description.
job description. We, discussed the grants coordinator position along with South Central Planning Development Commission Grants Administration Services with no action taken. We approved 9 weeks of FMLA leave for equipment operator 2. We have 1 deviation and we terminated a master equipment operator effective tomorrow. I present all of this form of a motion.
Hey, Mr. Chair, just for point of information, for item number 2, I know the, Secretary Treasurer and her team are gonna be looking at the grants that are at hand. I know, look like we're looking to bring on someone in-house. When we look at the dollar amounts, I don't think we're gonna see any cost savings, at least for this year. Maybe down the road, when you look at the salary, for an in-house, person based off the pay rate with with the fringes, the benefits, and also, doing whatever agreement we come up with South Central Planning, we can almost be almost either right at 100,000 or more. So I just ask that I know they're gonna do their due diligence, but be cognizant of that dollar amount. I know we can always go back to January 1 when Torres say, hey, we gotta watch the budget, we gotta watch the budget, we gotta watch the budget. So I just ask that they be cognizant of that.
I'm sure
When
Ms.
they're doing
Torres is
all their-
already looking it over.
Cause I don't,
She's
I
on
don't,
that,
I don't
Ron,
see,
I promise.
I don't see we're gonna save on that, right?
No,
So,
Well, keep in
We
mind,
know
it's
that.
not it's not a 100% funded general fund position as well.
right,
So the more grants that we have specific to a department, that's where the costs are gonna come. If you have road and bridge,
right,
road
you'll take
overlay,
that in
then
from
that's gonna be
there.
there. If you have drainage projects, those funds are gonna see the hit most.
Okay,
Yeah, it is divvied up.
I'm sure
I
she's.
just wanted
Yeah.
to share that.
Motion by the chair to
Hold on, y'all got one? In reference to number 1, I would like to see the jury look at this and, maybe put something in our manual that is related to our employees when they go out for medical and they come back to work. Maybe to get clearance from our doctor, if we have a doctor. So we don't have to go through the same step again.
I could agree with that, just to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
add that to the personnel.
Well, we don't have a doctor, so you would have to designate a doctor.
So what we do when we send our employees to the family doctor clinic?
Yeah, they
or
go there for physicals. So
Do
we
we
can
have a
use that
certain,
clinic.
do we have a certain doctor?
No doctor,
just
just
one of the
whoever's
3?
available, so we
Oh,
can just
okay.
do. So instead of just have basically like a post-op appointment.
Yeah,
We'll just, update the.
Okay, I'll draw some language for
Grab
that.
some. All right, motion by the chair to accept the minutes. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Road and Bridge, Chairman Alcorn.
Road and Bridge met this afternoon. All members were present. 2 items on the agenda. We've received a brief update on the 2025 road overlay program. Mr. Sabwa stating that the road contractor should be mobilizing back into the parish sometime latter part of this week to continue further work on our parish roads. On item number 2, we had an update about the dips regarding Lee Drive. A quote was submitted by Epic Paving. I will be getting with Epic Pavement to review the quote and see if he would honor the unit pricing versus what we're getting for our road overlay program. I will have an update at the next meeting. Give you those 2 items with form of a motion.
Motion by the chair.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bonville, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Finance Committee report, all members are present. First item, request approval to pay list of bills submitted through May 8, 2026. Next item was, request approval of selection official journal for a period of July 1, 26 through June 30, 27, and that was the Bayou Journal,
The Bayou Pioneer.
Bayou Pioneer, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Update on lodging tax, no action on that one. Request approval to accept the low bidder or move to the next step for the surplus equipment as advertised. Request approval and authorize president to sign the annual maintenance contract for the chiller maintenance for Chilco for $11,000 for the community center.
Really $11,100.
$11,100.
Yeah.
Get that 100 in there. And we request approval and authorize the president to sign the annual maintenance contract with Boudreaux's Electric for emergency and sewer plant generators not to exceed a total amount of $12,000 per contract. That concludes the report.
Motion to accept the report.
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Alphonse.
Second.
Second by Mr. Brewer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Federal Program, Chairman Carter.
Our program committee met. We have one item, you are approved for the special program director to attend Department of Housing and Urban Development Office of Inspection from June the 9th to the 11th, 2026 in Baton Rouge for a cost of $370. Present this in form of motion.
Motion by the chair.
Second.
Second by Mr. Fonville. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Engineer Grants Committee report, Chairman Landry.
Engineering Grants Committee met at 4:50 today. All members were present. We had an update from GIS Engineering, for Joe Lamar Street Drainage Project, Belrose Lane Drainage Project, Bayou St. Vincent, and Conscient Canal. We had an update from the Planners Design Group regarding the ring levees in Fairport. We were not joined by Infinity during our committee for the update on the parish-wide sewer improvement projects, but I can let y'all know that they are currently working in the Belrose area. Special Programs Director was not able to make it, so we had no update from her tonight. Had an update from South Central Planning Development. They gave us a management report for the grants that they are containing. And we had action where we removed the Platteville Drainage and Bertrandville Canal projects from the project listing as those projects have been completed. We had an update on the Ag Center roof project, specifically with the concession stand. We approved $2,500 for complete gutter service for insulation in the concession stand. We had an update on the health unit repairs. We have a proposed contract with the architect. We tabled that item so that we can get some clarity on the construction administration costs within that contract. We had an update on the courthouse renovations project. We approved a change order, actually two change orders for the project for items that have already been completed. One was in the total of $24,324.13, and another one $2,500, $2,573.98. We approved for the change order number 2 for Grant Park Restroom and Pavilion Building Project, and authorize the president and secretary treasurer to sign the necessary documents, and that was related to the water meter service for the park. Item 11 was a carryover from the last meeting. There was no action on that. We approved and authorized the president to sign an intergovernmental cooperative endeavor agreement with between the police jury and the sheriff's office for the hazardous mitigation grant program. We approved a letter of no objection for the project permit for Unity Fiber for the installation, operation, and repair to install underground cable along the Cherry Street right-of-way for network expansion in the Lavderville community.
We also authorized the president to sign the change order. We approve the funding and the signature as well.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
And just one other point of information, Mr. President, on the Bayou Buff, we submitted a CEA document to CPRA. It's in their legal review right now. We should be able to have it back prior to that.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right, I present this all in the form of a motion.
Motion by the chair.
Second.
Second by Mr. Patero. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discuss the recent increase in rates granted by the Public Service Commission to South Coast Gas and the lack of adequate infrastructure provided by South Coast Gas and providing natural gas to the residents of Assumption Parish. Mr. Michael St. Romain.
Good evening. My name is Michael St. Romain. I'm with Fairport Natural Gas. Thank the police jury for the opportunity to be here this evening. Why are we here? We all know when the power goes out, generators are having issues, problems, some of them struggling and some of them aren't even coming on. Tonight, we can explain maybe what our plan is and moving forward, what we're gonna do. Our team we have behind us is Salima Verdon, she's with Parish Natural Gas and Compliance. We have Matt Long, he's with SJB Group, he's our engineer, engineering firm, I'm sorry, SJB Group is an engineering firm. We have two Public Service Commission attorneys with us. We have Lauren Staub, last name is spelled Staup, and we have lead attorney, Randy Young. And invite, Randy, can you take it from here?
Right here behind you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Randy Young. Nice to meet you all, and I appreciate being able to be here today. So Michael asked me to come up this evening and visit with y'all, and I want to cover this kind of two big picture points. Number one is I want to bring Ms. Verdon up here, Salima up here, and let her talk about the system itself. What do we see happening? What have they done so far? And what are they planning to do? And so I want to let her give you that picture on the system. And then I'll circle back and kind of recap that a little bit. And I want to talk about, well, what do we do about it and how do we make that happen? So I'll start with Salima and let her talk through the system itself. Does that sound okay with y'all? Okay. All right.
Hello, thank you for having us today. My name is Salima Verdon. I'm the compliance officer at South Coast and Parish Natural Gas. So I could just give you a little bit of background on the system, and what we're here today is to present, I'm guessing to present the plan that we have at this phase and where we are and where we plan on going from here. So as y'all are all aware, Parish Natural Gas has had some issues in the past when it comes to the natural gas pressures being provided to its customers, its customer base. In 2023, we obviously we had seen that we had these issues. And in 2023, we did go ahead and consult SJB engineering group in order to see where to go and how to address the issues that we were having in the system. Once we got together with SJB, they suggested us doing a system study, a system-wide study in order to see what our issues could be, where they could be coming from, and how best to address those issues. The first thing we did when that happened is SJB, the contractors, the engineers came out and they looked at our existing structure. They helped look at both the entry points, the city gates of our system, as well as helped review the records that we already had with the lines that we had in place. Once they went ahead and looked over all that, they went ahead and gave us some recommendations on ways to upgrade our current city gates, as well as they suggested for us to get what they call ZI SCADA pressure charts. And it's pretty much a way to keep an eye on the pressures as in real time as the as events happen. After that point, we went ahead and did some upgrades to our current stations. We had replaced some regulators, as well as we were in talks with the companies that we were already purchasing the gas from to see how to best be able to get the volumes we needed at that time. We didn't have full control of those stations. The way the contracts that we had in place at the time, they were in charge of certain portions of the station and we were in charge of certain others. So in the case of an emergency, we didn't have the ability to go and do things that needed to be done during an emergency without contacting them first and then having them meet us there and then going on. After that had happened, Mr. Mike went ahead and contacted these companies and they reworked a new contract. The new contract gives us the right to be able to go ahead and make adjustments to the stations in real time during an emergency. That process took several months with the back and forth between the two companies to come to an agreement. In the meantime, we had been watching the SCADA data, and we had had several outages, electrical outages in Pierre Park. And we tracked the way the pressures dropped in certain areas of Pierre Park during those events. That process took us a little over a year to be able to collect enough data to be able to say, okay, well, this is the situation and this is the best way to address it. Once we gathered that data, we helped, with the help of SJB, we came together and came up with a 4-phase plan in order to be able to address those pressure issues and be able to make sure that not only are our customers being able to be provided the gas pressures needed, but also for future growth as well. That's all included in the plan. So as I said, the plan is a 4-phase plan. The very first phase of this plan would include the building of a new meter station on the north end of Pierre Park. That would be that would give us a third entry point of gas into the area, especially in the north area, because the north area is something we identified as an area that struggles quite a bit when it comes to those gas flows. We looked over several different options with this, and we believe that having a new meter station or city gate in that north end would help to deliver that gas to that north end in a more effective manner than what we currently have in place. And as I said, that's the very first portion of the plan. That's the one where we're really concentrating on at this point.
You got a timeline on that?
No, sir, we don't have a timeline on anything as of yet. We have met with the PSC and they have reviewed our plan with us, and we are in the phase of trying to secure financing at this point, which I know we had a meeting with Mr. Jamie Pondville, and we kind of went over all this with him already. And at that point, we were still looking to get financing. I can say we are closer now than we were at the point when we had the discussion with you. But again, that would be Mr. Randy would be able to talk about that more. Also, since we've had that meeting, I've also met with Mr. Brian Blankenship, who I believe is y'all drainage,
Parish.
yes. So I had met with him because during the meeting with Mr. Jamie, it was kind of brought to my attention that y'all were having issues as well with the pump stations because of the gas shortages. And Mr. Blankenship went ahead and provided me with the information for the engines for those pumps in order to be able to calculate the gas volumes needed in order to be able to make sure those pumps can continue running, being that they are critical infrastructure. And I have those with me now, well, not here, but at my office, and we are incorporating that as well into the plan. Also, since then, we have started moving forward with the replacements of lines on Derrick Street. Currently, right now, we have a 2-inch line. We have a 2-inch line on part of the street. We have 1.25 inches, I believe, and I think 5/8 inch line on that street, which we will be replacing the entire street with a much larger line in order to be able to help provide enough volume for the pump that I believe there's a freshwater pump.
So water districts.
Right, water districts pump. So we do also have some ground level things. At this point, we are just waiting on one more right of way for that street. We've secured the right of ways for the rest of the street. We have one person that we're in negotiations to go ahead and get right of ways for, but if it turns out that it may be a little more difficult than we expect, we may have to just go on Parish for that one spot. But we do have the right of ways secured for the rest of the street to get that done. As soon as we can have that last right of way in place, our guys we already have the materials ready to go for it. We just have to get our guys out there and put boots on the ground. But like I said, we have to wait until that one last right of way.
Besides line, are y'all gonna replace that? But
Currently, we're looking at 3. However, I am still in talks with SJB on whether or not that would be sufficient enough for the pump that is there. I did reach out to Mr. Brian Blankenship by email. I believe it was 4 days ago because he gave me the information on the pumps for the drainage, but I don't believe I have the information for the pump for the fresh water. So I do need that information as well, but he hasn't contacted me yet, though. I was actually planning on calling him tomorrow if I hadn't heard anything. So.
He's out of training.
Oh,
He's out
okay.
at all of a
I
sudden.
gotcha. yeah, so that's pretty much the only piece I'm missing right now for that.
I'll get you a number where you could, reach a contact to get you that information.
Perfect. All right, thank you. So that's where we're at right now. We've also, at the time we had spoke to you, we were waiting on some regulators. They had just came in. Those regulators have been installed since then. And, everything at this point looks well. We haven't had any events yet to put it to the test, but, I can say, looking at the pressure charts before and after having those new regulators installed, there is a visible difference on the way that the system is acting, that I'm pretty confident that it'll help in the storms. Like we were saying, we were gonna be doing upgrades to the systems that we already had.
How many cubic feet per hour are the new regulators?
I don't have that information on me. I'm sorry. If Mr. Gregg was here, Mr. Gregg would be able to tell you because he has that information. But yeah, so that's pretty much where we are. And again, like I said, the very first part of this phase, other than obviously the small street issues we can take care of in the meantime to help with the pumps, would be getting that meter station in place. And the reasoning is because, one, even if our two stations that we currently have in place are working at 100%, we do not believe that the lines are sufficient enough to be able to push the volumes to the north end in order to support the generators that are there. Because on a regular basis, those the gas volumes are sufficient. We've even checked during the winter storm when we had the snow. We've checked during the coldest sections of the year, and our gas usage at that time, our gas volumes is more than sufficient to be able to take care of the people that are there. The problem comes in when the electricity goes out and then all the generators kick in at one time and it sucks the lines pretty dry. And because the majority of the lines there are 2-inch lines, it takes a while for the gas to be able to come from the meter stations over to the north end. When doing comparisons between replacements of lines as opposed to the meter station, I believe it ended up being that it was actually more cost efficient to go ahead and move forward with the meter station than it was to do major line replacements with everything. But again, all that's in the plan as well. So yeah, so that's where we were, that's where we are. And like I said, as soon as we can go ahead and secure financing and get the Public Service Commission's final approval, we will be going ahead and moving forward with that. That's the plan. So,
Looks like you got a plan, you just need the money.
yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
On the, so from the study that you did, are y'all able to produce a map or maybe address blocks or something where the service would be questionable for someone wanting to put a residential generator?
Yes, sir. So what would happen is whenever some of these events would happen, obviously we'd get calls in saying, hey, look, this isn't working, whatever, through the Public Service Commission or contacted us directly. And what I would do is I would personally take those calls and I would map them on my system in order to see where the majority of those calls are coming from. And I can say that as far as I can see, the majority of those calls are coming from the north end of Pierre Park, past the canal. I would say probably like Phillip Street North from there is what I'm seeing according to what I have mapped.
I was just wondering if we could have some way for our, our permit coordinator here, if someone comes to pull a permit for a generator, they have a map that they can go to say, hey, you can still put your generator in, but you may not get to use it.
Can you share the maps that you have?
I can check, make sure that's okay. Yes, sir. And I know I believe I did share it with, yeah, I believe I did also share it with Mr. Blankenship. I gotta double check that. I do know right now, we've had several calls about people asking for gas, and we've kind of been taking it on a one-on-one basis. Like we kind of say, well, where do you live? We look at where we are on the system and we're like, okay, well, like if you want to get a natural gas generator at this point, what we do is we look at it, we say, okay, well, you're in an area of the system that we're not having issues with. However, even that being said, we're not guaranteeing that we can provide the gas volumes needed, because in the case of a very large event, let's say a hurricane or something, I'm not quite sure how that would play out. So I would be hesitant to say, yes, 100%, you're in a safe zone, as opposed to being like, you are in a safer zone, but I wouldn't guarantee the gas at this point at least until we have that meter station in place.
And the last thing I have for you is, I know, in previous conversations that I've had, I think my understanding was that some people put generators without notifying you guys on their existing meters, so they didn't get an upgraded meter
Yes, sir.
for their generators.
Yes, sir.
Have you been able to notify the people that call with complaints or anything to see
So-
if their meters are too small and that's what's limiting, if
So-
they're in a good section?
Yes, so generally what'll happen is if we have an event that happens and the electricity goes out and those generators kick on, that's part of the situation is when people call in, not only do I map it, but we usually send somebody out to kind of take a look at what's going on, why that might be happening. And we have identified several customers where they're like, well, I don't have any pressure and my neighbors don't have any pressure and all. But then you go to their house and you realize that they have maybe a 5/8 line. They're running a 125 meter and they have, gas stove, water heater, dryer, but then they also got themselves a generator. And we're like, okay, well, that's probably your issues. You need to go ahead and get an upgrade, at which point we will go ahead and take care of that for them. We have had a couple of situations like that, but generally when we do have when we have an outlier, I guess is the best way to put it, when I notice that there's an outlier, I'll talk to my service supervisor. I'll be like, hey, please get Mr. Larry and go check that person, because I think that might be something other than a system pressure issue. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Randy.
Okay, so my part of this talked about, well, how do we make this happen? But before I go there, let me give you a little bit more background. So, Michael said I was a PSC attorney. I just want to make sure that's clear. I do not work for the Public Service Commission. So I'm with King Miller Law Firm in Baton Rouge. I've been representing companies before the Public Service Commission for 30 or so years. I've been working with South Coast and Pierport for probably about a dozen years or so on all of their filings at the commission. So that's my background. A little bit of big picture on this. So Pierport folks would tell you about a third of their customers now have home generators. And so the system, as y'all know, just wasn't built way back in the day with those home generators in mind and to be a backstop for the power outages. So, you start there, but then from your perspective, okay, I get that, but then what do we do now? Because we do have the generators. So what are we going to do? And so as we meet with the public service commissioners, they have been very encouraging, and I want y'all to know that too. Okay, y'all figure out a solution. Y'all figure out what do we do about this? But part of the difficulty of this is that, the power doesn't go out every day, fortunately. And so it's not like you can just go do a test every day and say what's happening on the system, because you don't have that power outage every day. So then they have to figure out, well, how are we going to figure out what to do? And how do we come up with a plan? And so that's when they got the SJB engineering firm on board. And as Salima talked through, they said, well, one, let's go see what we can do to upgrade your existing meter stations. Number two, let's upgrade the pressure testing on the system so we can monitor the system and figure out what do we do. And all of that took some time, but it led to this plan. And this plan is this modernization plan book that they're referring to. And it's got 4 groups of priorities. But in terms of figuring out, okay, but what do we do first? The first big project in that is the meter station. And as you go through it, there's a lot of other projects that get down to the street level. But the difficulty is that from SJB's advice, if we go do a bunch of street level projects, then you might still not solve the problem because you hadn't addressed the big problem, which is the meter. We need another meter station on the north end to increase the pressure. And so that's why they're really trying to prioritize that. So, okay, so how do we make that happen? So the first part is somebody suggested you have to get the money. And so we went, sit down with the Public Service Commission staff and we said, okay, here's our new plan. And we just got this in February and said, okay, we need to figure out next steps. And so they helped us think about how to approach the financing. And we talked about possibilities for community bond financing. We talked about possibilities for bank financing. So we got the names of some bond financing consultants. We talked to them. The difficulty is that if you go with the bond financing, and this meter station is about $1.5 million. So if you go with the bond financing, just the cost of the bond financing itself gets to be really large. And so that doesn't seem like the most cost-effective way to go. So we've been sitting down with Synergy Bank, the Pierpont folks have, and talking through this with them. And Synergy Bank folks have been very, very helpful in terms of trying to work through this. And they've also brought in some ideas to bring in some possibilities for USDA loan guarantees that would help us improve the terms of the financing, because you want to get the best terms you can get in terms of interest rate and longer terms, number of years, so we can lower the annual payment. Because once we figure out, okay, we can get the financing and we know what the annual payment is, then we have to go to the Public Service Commission and say, how do we include this in rates so that we have a path to pay for it, to show the bank and the USDA that we can pay the annual installments. And so right now, they've had multiple meetings with the bank. My understanding is that there's a loan request that's in process. The bank is coordinating, communicating with USDA. I don't have a certain timeline on that. It's not in our control, but I can tell you everybody knows it's important, and we're trying to move that process forward. We hope to have some answers on that, and we hope we have some success on that path and financing path. I'm not going to even talk about what if not, because I'm going to remain hopeful that, that path works out and we'll have some positive reports before too much longer. But once we get a feel on the financing, if we can make that happen and we figure out what the annual payment will be, then I go back to the Public Service Commission staff and we talk about how do we put this in rates? What does that filing look like? And the commission's going to want to make sure we do that the right way, and they're going to have concerns with what's the impacts on the ratepayers, how does this affect them, and we'll have to work through that.
What is the dollar amount that we're going for?
So big picture ballpark, that meter station is about $1.5 million.
So that's what y'all seeking out?
That's the current request. Now, if I look at this overall plan, it's in 4 different groups. So, over time, there's $12 million, $11 million worth of projects in this whole thing, but it's a real long-term, if you have your wish list for everything.
It's an overkill.
Well, there's a lot in here. So, so the idea is, what's the next biggest and best thing that we can do to try to solve the generator pressure problem? And SJB folks tell us the meter station is it. So that's where the real focus is.
That first.
So, I said, I know it's taken some time, but it's not a power outage every day. You have to figure out what to do, but getting that SJB report, this plan in place and saying, what do we do first, was a big step. And so it gives you what do we do next? And now
Question on the meter station. It's a proposed 6-inch line from up Pierpont.
So
Going to where? Where would it end at? 6-inch line is in full volume or after?
Introduce yourself.
Matt Long with SJB Group. What's your question?
So the 6-inch line you got proposed coming from the new meter station, how far would it go down 70?
Okay, so the initial phase, it's, I think it's 1,200 feet. That's included in the cost of the meter station. After that, it would go down to the, I don't know, I have to be honest with you, I don't know the name of the bayou. It's Silvoca Island Cutoff Waterway was what was listed. Basically the first major bridge in Pierpont, north. So it would cover the entire north side of the system.
It's gonna be the project.
Yeah, that's not far. It would have to continue to go further
How you
for it to work.
Like the Bear River area, how you?
So currently the system configuration is a north and south side based upon that one waterway. The south side currently contains both city gates that are feeding the Pierpont system. Currently on the north side, there is no dedicated feed off of a pipeline, off of a transmission source. So installing that city gate on the north side will not only solve that problem of having a sole source service source on the north side, it's also on a different pipeline. So you're mitigating, it's a different pipeline company. So you're not only adding a single source, you're also mitigating risk at the same time.
So Matt, you're gonna tie it in, the 6-inch line to the existing line?
Yeah, you would tie.
Boring in underneath the bayou?
The phase, yes, the phase, I think that is part of phase 1. I'm not sure the project number, but yes, that is the plan, would be to run the 6-inch line from the new North City Gate all the way to the waterway, and then tie it in, I think it's Bay and Reno,
Yeah, so what we're initially talking about though is the meter station. And to answer your question, that 6-inch line would originally go from the meter station, I believe approximately 1,200 feet, and tie into our in-line that's currently there, which is a 2-inch main. So to begin with, that's what we're looking at doing to get it started. But then as we move forward with the rest of the plan, then we would go ahead and add that 6-inch, which would go from there down to the bridge. And then even when you look further into the back end of the plan, which is again, down the line, I believe we would actually eventually tie all 3 stations together with that line. I believe.
Yes, yeah,
Should be tied in already, correct?
They
The two
are
stations
tied
are tied
together.
in.
They are tied together. They're currently tied together with, I believe, portions of it are 3-inch, and I think portions of it are 2, but don't quote me on that.
Yes, it's
I think it might
it's a
be-
mixture of 2
They're
and
just
3
not
inch.
looped. It's
No,
tied in,
there's
it's
no
just
loop.
not
There's
looped.
no loop. They're connected.
Yeah.
With a mixture of 2
Yeah,
and 3 inch.
they're connected, and there's a main valve that separates the two when need be, so.
So if you look at the percentage of customers that have issues now, this first phase with just adding the station with only the 1,200 feet, not the additional infrastructure, about what percentage of those customers' issues are gonna be addressed? And I guess what I'm ultimately getting at is how much more needs to be implemented to get the majority of the residents, I guess, whole to be able to operate their generators. You know, I know we're looking for this 1.5 first, but if it only fixes 5% of the issue and you need another 2 million to get to 30% or something, and I'm just trying to see how far we are away from, I know we're working towards the problem, but before we see some meaningful results.
So I don't think I can give you a percentage. I can tell you that the majority of the issues are seen on the north side of the system. So installing the city gate will help. I can't guarantee it's gonna be 100% effect, 100%, it's gonna help everybody. It will help.
But would there be smaller infrastructure improvements needed to be able to get more people online?
So once the city gate is installed, then the next step would be the 6-inch line. Once that's in, that should alleviate a good bit of.
Continue the 6-inch line, correct?
Yes, continue, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I can
I
tell
think that
you,
would fix a lot of our problems.
yeah, so I can tell you where our current city gate for Station 30, which is the northern part of Pierre Park, is currently located on Substation Road, which is near the church. So that one station feeds down to like where Mike Street is and all, but then it also feeds north toward the end, like where Coon Street and all is, I believe, that neighborhood in the front. Yeah, so in order for the gas to get to the north end, it has to cross under the bayou and then continue to the north. And then Station 31, which is what we consider our Bell River Station, is located on Bell River Road. And that one feeds the majority of the south end. Now, the 2 stations, as I had said, are connected by, I think it's a combination of 2 and 3-inch pipes along that area. And there is a valve to separate when need be. So a lot of that southern portion of Station 30, the north gate, is also kind of supplemented as well from Station 31. So they kind of work in tandem. So if one station, because generally that valve stays open. So when one station is having a little bit of insufficiency, the other station, if it has more than enough, it'll help push gas toward the north end. But I think what's happening is, like I said, we have a lot of generators that kick on online at once, and they just drain down the system. And so you lose your line pack. And then the time it takes for the gas to be able to travel from the station all the way to the north end through those 2-inch lines, it takes a while because the lines happen to be smaller. So it's not necessarily a pressure issue as more of a volume issue. And that would be what that station on the north end would do, is it would help deliver volume to that north end where the more southern station would have to take more time to get to that north end. And then, as we said, once we put in that 6-inch, that would also create a much larger volume tank for that gas to be able to be distributed through that area.
Well, Ms. Blanchard, you raise a really good point, though, and it's important that, so when you look at what's the biggest and best value spend to begin with is that meter station. But it doesn't mean it's gonna fix every one. And so from there, it's gonna be continued about where do you get the most value for the money, you know, to improve and affect the most people with every step as you continue to evaluate.
Right, and I guess, and I know you guys are aware of this, I just don't want to see our residents faced with a rate increase approved by the Public Service Commission and not have an improvement in the delivery of the gas. You know, I know it takes a lot more than just the first step to get there, but, you know, that just has to be considered that it is a long-term process to get to that.
I do
Great
want
point.
I do want to say something. I believe when you opened, you had mentioned a rate increase, but I believe we were actually,
I'm gonna touch on that.
yeah, okay. So I'll go ahead and step back and let them talk.
Any more questions?
Any more questions on the system itself?
Technical aspects or think of the plan? Okay, thank you.
I did want to touch on that rate part in particular, just to give you all some background, because the opening introduction part was about the recent rate increase. So the way the rate making for Pierreport works is there's two parts to it, which you'll probably know. There's one, there's the fuel piece, and then two, there's the what we call the base rate piece, or the piece that covers the infrastructure and the operations. So the fuel piece is just a pure flow through of whatever the gas itself costs. And when gas prices go up or down, that fuel piece goes up or down every month. So that just happens, say, automatically. You have to submit their papers to the commission, but it goes up or down based on whatever the cost is. That just happens. It's part of an automatic adjustment. The other part that the commission does review and regulate and decide what's the appropriate amount is that base rate part of the bill for the infrastructure and the operations costs. And Pierreport's been on what's called this rate stabilization, or this formula plan now for a number of years. And every year the commission goes in and they look at what's their revenues, what's their expenses, and where their return lies, and whether or not they need a rate increase or a rate decrease. And so I had some summary numbers on that I want to share. So if I look back, they've been on that plan since 2020. And they've got several increases, and they've got multiple decreases. So if I add the pluses and the minuses since 2020, they've had $265,000 worth of increases and $310,000 worth of decreases. So if you combine those two together, it's about $45,000 in net decreases over the last 6 years. The most recent adjustment they had on that was in March of 2026, and that was a $225,000 decrease, was the most recent rate action that the commission did under that plan. So I did want to make sure y'all understood that part too. Now look, when gas prices go up, that fuel piece of the bill goes up, but that's just pure flow through whatever the gas cost is. So I'm glad to answer any questions y'all have on that too. And then what happens is when you get this infrastructure project, like I said, there's going to be an annual payment on that. And you'll have to figure out, okay, what's that annual cost, and how do you get that into rates to cover those payments over time, whatever that, and that's why that longer loan term, if we can get the longer loan term, is important and helpful. Okay.
That's gonna be for the PSC to figure that out.
Yes, sir. They do watch very, very closely, I promise.
Any questions?
No, good news.
Thank you.
Yeah, them
Yeah,
some-
we thank you for
Appreciate it.
coming, you know, it's infrastructure.
Yeah.
You follow me, you gotta go with the times.
Yeah.
You follow me? So, you said at the beginning of the meeting, it wasn't designed to do what it needs to do today,
Back in the day.
but
Gotta
you
make
gotta make it
something happen.
happen. You gotta make it happen.
Unfortunately, we outgrew the system.
Yes, yeah, ain't no doubt.
Everybody
But-
started getting generators and all, you know?
And realistically, we're looking for a time, okay? That's what we're looking for. $1.5 million. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to get for an infrastructure upgrade. So what kind of time, I'm gonna hold y'all to this, what kind of time are y'all giving us? This has been going on for years now,
So
years, not a few months, years. We need a time.
So I know you're gonna hold us to it, so that's why I'm hesitant to give you a date. But what I can tell you, very earnestly, very sincerely is that, look, they hear you. They hear the public service commissioners. They know they need to figure out a path. And so they're been in the bank's office multiple times. They're still there trying to make that happen. As soon as that happens, without delay, I'm gonna be in the Public Service Commission staff offices saying, what kind of filing do we make? How do we make it happen so the commission can consider it? So we're on it. We hear you and we know it's important. That's what I can tell you.
Would you be willing to at least commit to updating us, say monthly or something, just having some sort of communication, letting us know where we are in the process?
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So two thoughts. One is I think Michael would answer yes to that question, but I'll let him answer it. But secondly, I want to tell you too that what I've discussed with the company is that but they need to have updates on their website and what's going on and what's happening on this topic. And so they put together something, just a couple of pages that they can post on their website so customers can see it. And so y'all have the information as well. And Michael, I'll let you talk about updates.
Well, yeah, we have an update, for, maybe the public. We have something we're gonna post on our website pretty soon, the similar information. Facebook, we'll use that also. I think the next time maybe we'd like to maybe attend another meeting when we have funding, that we can report maybe something more final, you know, and that's kind of what we're waiting on right now.
How about a once a month update, once a month?
Well, if we don't have the funding yet.
Yeah, there we go.
Still seeking funding, it's fine, just giving us an update.
All right, anything else?
No, we appreciate your
You good with
comment,
that?
give an update.
Y'all good with that? Once a month?
I
I want a commitment. Once a month.
If you need me to.
So,
I don't think you need to come in and do update.
No, they don't have to come, just
send
need an update, it's an email, it's an email.
Yeah.
email, phone call,
Yeah.
Email.
and if y'all want us here in person, then
No, just an email. Now, when you get the money, let us, you come and celebrate, you know?
that's a deal.
It's a simple email.
That would be great. Again, thank y'all, understand and appreciate y'all talking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Without a doubt, we, last night in Libreville, we lost power about 5.5, 6 hours, you know.
Y'all had issues, guys?
No.
None?
Thank you.
All right, see y'all, thank y'all.
Thank you.
No, none at all. But at the end of the day, at most had the money to improve
Oh,
infrastructure.
yeah, they just did all new line.
So, I feel.
Totally
yeah.
different.
Totally different. Totally, they gotta work on funding, but $1.5 million should be.
That's not that bad. No.
That's nothing
We
for.
have a can shaking on and raise that.
Benefit-
Serious though.
benefit of the book- benefit of the book, you can do
Come
that.
on, man, $1.5 million, not like the expert today, not at all. It'd be a sound company. But anyway, discuss,
You better sell.
well, at least they showed up, because we've been out there
Yeah.
for a year to show up, so thank them for showing up. And hopefully we'll get some results. Discuss first-time home buyers with down payment assistance, Ms. Kristen Delahousse.
Yes.
No show. Next item, request approval of president sign proposed agreement between the Department of Transportation and Development and the Central Parish Police Jury covering capital projects to the grantee for a portion of the cost of the state project RU 189927 Public Transportation Capital Assistance Program. Council on Aging. Motion, that's all,
Routine.
Moved by, Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Adopt the millage rate for tax year 2026. Person to adopt the millage rate for the tax year 2026, resolution number 1. Other than adopt the authorized millages and or tax of the tax year 2026, resolution number 2.
Okay, you'll see the two resolutions in the packet. The first resolution is for our actual villages. And then the second resolution is for the drainage districts and, the drainage districts. So I do recommend this approval. This is, we are at our max. It's not rolling anything forward.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Alcon, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval to adopt a resolution calling for a special election to be held November 3rd, 2026 for the adoption of a proposition rededicating 1/8 of the revenues received from the current sales tax proposition for needs and expenditures of inmates as Assumption Parish Detention Center.
Okay, this one kind of goes in conjunction with number 17, so go ahead and read that one too.
17, request approval to adopt resolution calling for a special election to be held November 3rd, 2026 for the adoption of the proposition rededicating 75% of the current library millage for any lawful general fund purpose of the parish.
And the reason why we have it as two different line items, but they do have both propositions in the same resolution. So if you look at tab 16, you'll see the resolution with proposition number 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. This is what we discussed at a meeting a couple of months back.
Right. We're not asking to go up on any fees, we're just asking to rededicate some money.
So that's gonna be 75%?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Hey, we ain't say no 75%. That's a lot. I know we said we were gonna take some and get some, but not no 75%.
Which one you talking about? 1 or
Coming
2?
Library
for
fund,
the 17. I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, we said we were gonna take, was it a quarter?
It's a lot.
Wasn't it two?
Library is 2 total.
I think it's. See if I have my background. We didn't talk about 25 and 75%, but that's the way he worded it, but let me see.
If we take 75%, they ain't gonna be an operator.
Incorrect.
Oh,
They were operating within the.
I guess the percentages sound high.
Yeah, it's just a
You know,
percentage.
Just the way it's worded with the
Yeah.
percentages.
Yeah.
Just get people.
75% of the money, 75% of the current lot.
Yeah, I thought it was 1 mil that we had reallocated.
I don't have it in front of me, guys. That other paperwork. I mean, I can double, we can approve it. Right, I know it's 2 meals, but. So he couldn't, we weren't gonna allocate a portion of the meals. It was gonna be whatever they could still collect, the 2 meals, and we were gonna take the percentage from them.
Taking 75% of their 2 meals would be a lot from them.
I can double check, or, I mean,
Let's.
It
we
just,
can't table it, we
You
can't
wanna table it?
table, no.
But you gotta.
It's on a timeline,
Okay.
and there's publication issues, but I can
The
double check
understanding of the
it.
jury is we agreed to do what?
2 mil.
No, they received 2 meals.
They received
We're
2
taking
meals.
everything from them.
What will it take?
I'd have to go get my. I'd have
75% of
to-
it must be 1.5.
You got it,
Well-
you got meetings from the minutes from the meeting, right?
Mhm. Yeah, but you're not gonna, what I'm trying to tell you is you're not gonna go to the minutes and see 75 and 25. We didn't discuss it like that. We discussed it as a portion, I think it was 334,000 or something.
Is
like
it
that.
written exactly 75% or up to 75%? Because if we could just change that
Up
language
to.
to put it up to,
Yeah.
and then
we
the
can set it
the
whatever.
amount could be set prior to the election happening so that the public could know what the actual percentage intent is. But the language that would be there would be up to,
Cause it could be, so it could be less.
right.
Okay, we can do that. And then I'll check and pull the minutes and let you all
And then
know.
the
what's
other, the other question I have is the one regarding the sales tax. I know we haven't, naming it specifically for expenditures of inmates at the Social Parish Detention Center. I'd like us to consider adding a second expenditure, line item expenditure on there, just to kind of help with the amount that we spend in the criminal court fund. You know, that's.
But keep in mind, money that comes in the general fund, we have to automatically fund the criminal court. So we still funding it.
But at least we would be allowed to use this revenue for that purpose as well, to help offset some of the expenditures out of the general fund.
We just have to decide how much. So I need to do
Question, do
1/4.
do we have to outline the word inmates?
Yes.
Is there,
All right, so
There's been
if you-
several
if-
taxes that were
if-
passed that were limited to what you could spend it on because of the language in it, and
Well,
I don't
if you-
wanna put ourselves in a box.
If you want to put it to just a general fund expenditure, that's very, very broad and,
Yeah, we'd be spending money on
and my
everything.
concern with that is it's not gonna go to inmate, it's gonna be used
They
on
wanna use it as
recreation
ball
or
park.
whatever.
you say
That's my
detention
concern.
center, detention center.
No,
can
because
stay-
that's a 1%, that's different. Inmates is a general fund expenditure. The building is a 1% expenditure. So it's different.
I get it.
It's different.
Just
So that's my
asking.
concern is if, are we gonna be specific? I understand that language makes it difficult to potentially pass,
Yeah.
but it's being upfront and
I
straightforward.
get it, I get it, I get it, I get it.
You know,
I get it.
It's allocated for that.
I'm not saying I wanted to go to the general fund, I'm just saying that I know that that's a huge burden on the general fund,
Mhm.
that we don't get any revenues for it.
And
It
there's
eats
a
up a
lot of
lot of our
discussion
general
going
fund.
on. A lot of discussion.
Use inmate slash,
We did, yeah, I know.
court fund?
We had
What's
a
that?
special meeting.
Can we include it in there? Along with the inmate?
This is the board and the time to decide what you want to include it, how you want to do it.
I think if we include it, it gives us the option to use it for the criminal court fund. If we exclude it, then
Then you can't.
you can't.
But now is the time to, if that's the decision you.
I kind of like that
Let's
idea
do
to
it.
go with the other language with the inmates, right? So you're just not saying that we're asking for, asking for this revenue just for inmates, but we also have a problem again with the criminal court system on how much it's costing us.
Which is basically the same because.
But they're both a
inmates
burden on
that
the
in
general
the
fund.
court
Right,
system.
so I say just put both.
So let's modify number 16.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to that effect.
There's a motion by Mr. Blanchard to add, to
Inmate
expand to the inmates and criminal court fund.
I second on being, you spend on milk.
funding of the
All of them
criminal
come out the
court
same
fund.
thing.
Yes, is that the correct, account name?
The criminal court fund, yes, yes. And what happens on the criminal court fund is general fund has to make a transfer in. So we wouldn't take any of this money and put in the criminal court fund. It would provide for the transfer in that helps to fund it.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Alcon. All in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right, the next
Who
one.
was that? I'm sorry, Ron?
Ron and
Yeah.
Blanchard made.
Leroy, okay. And I'll speak with the bond attorneys tomorrow to make sure that that's a problem. Okay, and I'm sure it's not gonna be a problem, but I'll also clarify about that 75%.
Right, you're gonna put the language,
Clarify.
rededicating up to 75%?
We're gonna make a
Up to.
motion up to 75.
Up to 75, and
So
both propositions should inmate purposes and funding of the criminal court.
I have a motion for number 17.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, that's both of them. We did both of them, 16 and 17.
16, but
Okay,
actually I did.
that's good.
Officially.
We
Okay,
just
we
did
did?
it. Yeah, we good.
All right, we're good. All right, request approval to send DOT a letter to cut grass and street addition on Highway 1010, Highway 1011, Highway 1012, and LA 400.
Highway 7.
No, and also 308 and wards 2 and 4.
Just they do the path and they ain't doing that.
The grass is taller than the car.
They ain't even start
I got willow
spraying.
trees growing on
And
the
those
side of the
cars are
road.
going
man.
90 mile an hour down there on 308.
I agree.
They need to
Motion made by
spread.
Mr. Bro,
Do it
second by
again,
Mr.
that's it.
Pataro. All
Let's
in
do the whole
favor?
parish.
Yeah, we
You should do the whole parish.
Whole parish.
Request approval of the first phase of delic structure procedure for dwelling located at 152 Highway forward to Nathaniel Ward 6. There's the pictures in your packet.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval of the first phase of delic structure procedure for dwelling located 5555 Highway 1 to Pointville, Louisiana, Ward 6.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval to adopt ordinance 2605 to levy grass cutting charges totaling 1441.13. Motion by Mr. Alcone, second by Mr. Pataro, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval for the following occupational license application. KT Spare Part, Bro and Bowes Spare Part, CJ's Heating and Air LLC, Donaldsonville, Coffee and Mom Treats and, I wanna say grits, but it's gifts to Napoleonville. Oak Point Earthworks, Napoleonville, and Landry Cleaning and Painting, Napoleonville. Motion to approve all those?
Moved.
Motion by Mr. McCurran, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any other business?
Good.
Motion adjourned by Mr.
two lights out like the ones in very dangerous section.
Oh, they road light this
Road
or,
light is-
or they want repair?
To put up,
To put up,
and two right
Make sure
hand
you,
curve.
he didn't run out of light.
They are on,
in the road light district.
Yeah, but that's-
Well, I had it right now. Motion to deviate by Mr. Bro,
so moved.
second by Mr. Bro.
Second.
Any opposed? All right, motion to deviate for two street lights. What's the address, sir?
That's at, 272 LA 1012.
272 LA 1012.
And the other one is at, Solar Court in 1012. It's a curve.
We'll verify that they're on either road light district. We'll, we do it. That's a motion to your effect. Any public hearing? Comment? None? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
So that
Did you
district
make that
will
motion,
have,
Charlie, and who seconded?
James.
James.
that district will have.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Blanchard,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed?
Who done?